Jose Alvarez versus the City of Oxnard. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. And Madam City Clerk, are there any speakers of any kind on either one of these two closed session items?
Not for closed session.
Okay, very well. So the City Council will now recess to closed session, and then we will resume our regularly scheduled meeting at 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
Okay. We're live.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The City Council has been in closed session for the past hour and a half, and we apologize for the late start of this regularly scheduled meeting. And we'll ask first and foremost for the City Attorney to make any comments if necessary. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Flynn. The council in closed session was briefed by its attorneys regarding the listed matters on the closed session agenda, and no actions were taken to report.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua?
She's going to be joining this meeting a little late.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Sorry. Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilman McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Here.
Councilmember Perello?
He's in the process of signing on.
Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Here.
And Mayor Flynn?
Present.
Thank you, Mayor. And the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, April 9th, with an amendment posted Thursday, April 16th.
Very well. So what we're going to do now is the opening ceremonies, and as is tradition with the Oxnard City Council is following the Pledge of Allegiance or the Pledge to the Nation, that we have a moment of silence. All rise, please. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States
of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Be seated, please. Okay, now we'll go to item E on page 2 of the agenda, which is the ceremonial item. And Madam City Clerk, is there going to be a speaker presenting on this item?
Yes, we have Ms. Olga Medina with us on the phone.
Madam City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, if I may remind everyone who's on the video conference to mute yourselves until you're speaking, that would be very helpful for the sound. Thank you.
And Mayor, to answer your question, we've got Olga Medina joining us. I think they're frozen. Oh, boy.
I've had some connectivity issues. Very well. We do have a speaker who said that will be speaking.
So we have Olga Medina with us from Líderes Campesinas.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the speaker on. Yes, can you let me know when I can start?
Please begin.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Olga Lidia Medina. I'm a member of Líderes Campesinas from Ventura County, and I will start with our mission.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Mayor.
May I start with our mission, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Líderes Campesinas' mission is to strengthen the leadership of farm workers women so they can be the agents of social, economical, and political change, so they can ensure their human rights. And as Líderes Campesinas is a nonprofit organization, we are 13 committees nationwide. We inform our communities about different issues like domestic violence, sexual assault in the workplace, pesticides, prevention of sexual assaults onto minors, among others. We focus on our farm workers. It is very important for us that they know their rights in their workplace. This month is the sexual assault month and the workplace month. we display our bandanas with powerful messages representing our farm workers. And I would like to thank the city of Oxnard for giving us this opportunity and this proclamation and recognition, because you've been supporting us for many years now. So we are really appreciated, that you've been supporting us. It really means a lot to Líderes Campesinas that the city of Oxnard recognizes for our hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam City Clerk, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can, Mayor.
Okay, very well. And I want to thank Medina for her hard work and the dedication. And is a proclamation that I'll read very quickly. And the proclamation is entitled Sexual Violence Awareness Month, April 2020. Whereas April is Sexual Violence Awareness Month and calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in the community. And whereas rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment harm our community, and statistics show 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men will be raped at some point in their lives. And whereas sexual violence is a serious crime and it affects people of all races, ethnicities, ages, religious beliefs, socioeconomic status, and gender. Whereas sexual violence violates dignity and intimacy due to the deliberate acts of physical, emotional, psychological violence. Whereas cultivating positive changes in our children and community members will strengthen the leadership so that we can bridge that we achieve social, economic, and political changes that ensure the human rights to end sexual violence. Whereas the goal of Sexual Violence Awareness Month is more than awareness. The ultimate goal is prevention of sexual harassment, abuse, and assault. Whereas Líderes Campesinas plays a vital role in helping survivors connect with service providers in our community. Now, therefore, I, Tim Flynn, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim the month April 2020 as Sexual Violence Awareness Month in the City of Oxnard, and we encourage residents to actively engage in public and private efforts, including conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, and how to help survivors connect with services. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you for your dedication to the community and to this great cause. Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Okay.
All right, very well. Okay, good. And so that concludes this item. I was just wondering when okay. And now we have public comments on items not on the agenda, and that is item F. And Madam City Clerk, could you just make an announcement about those public do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2. First up will be Joan Tharp, followed by Laura Orgill. So I'll call Ms. Tharp right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Ms. Tharp?
Yes, this is Joan.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the call and giving me the opportunity to present. May I go ahead and start?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Joan Tharp, and I am representing Friends of Ormond Beach, a group of Port Hueneme and Oxnard residents dedicated to protecting the Ormond Beach wetlands and the species therein. Ormond Beach is a designated Audubon important bird area of global significance to bird populations worldwide, providing habitat critical to sensitive species, including but not limited to the western snowy plover and the California leaf tern. Last year, the Friends of Ormond Beach collected over 700 signatures on a petition requesting the City of Oxnard to enforce City Ordinance 2906, Section 7-301, which is designated to protect Ormond Beach by prohibiting camping, walking and releasing domesticated animals, making fires, altering sand dunes and vegetation, and removing signage and fencing. These are all violations that were taking place last year and unfortunately are continuing to this day. After months of pressure from the public and the City of Port Hueneme, Oxnard took action to remove the encampment. In March of this year, we started calling OPD's dispatch to report new tents of the dunes. We've also written to Chief Whitney and City Manager Nguyen. A month later, the tents are still there. We recognize that with COVID-19, the city is facing new challenges which may have taken resources away from patrolling Ormond Beach and removing vagrants from the dunes. However, this poses a direct threat to wetlands and to the health and safety of citizens and visitors as the vagrants camped in the dunes move back and forth between the dunes, the beach park, and other areas of Hueneme and Oxnard. This vagrant population is unable to protect themselves and others from COVID-19. I would imagine that the city does not want a repeat of 2018 and 2019 when months of allowing squatting resulted in a huge expenditure of resources and money. As far as I know, currently there are only 2 tents in the dune area. I can't imagine it would take much to evict these squatters and remove their belongings and trash before others decide it's safe to join them. In addition to Oxnard's expenditures, the City of Port Hueneme and citizens from all over the county spent hundreds of man-hours removing thousands of pounds of trash that was generated by the camp. None of us want a repeat of that. From the outside, it appears that nothing is being done and the city is ignoring the situation and the outcry from the public. Another wave of social media outrage from local residents popped up last week, so I'd expect you'll be hearing from more people requesting that we do something. This health and safety hazard is not limited to the dune encampments. People who are unaware of the complexities around the Helico situation are stunned that the city is allowing the development that is occurring on the isle to continue to grow. We are here to assist, however, we have help when the city doesn't take steps to enforce its own order. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, the next speaker is going to be Laura Orgel.
And the sprinkler gal. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message.
Okay, so unfortunately she wasn't available, but those were the only 2 speaker requests we received. We also received written communication from Danielle Rose and Cassandra Rogers, and they, along with Ms. Orgel, all wanted to submit comments regarding the homeless on Ormond Beach.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so that concludes the speakers for public comments on items not on the agenda, which is again item F. And now we'll go to item G, the report of the city manager. And this very first item, item 1, is a update on COVID-19 and a ratification of the Director of Emergency Services orders. The recommendation is that the City Council, number 1, receive an update from the Director of Emergency Services, and number 2, adopt a resolution ratifying orders issued by the Director in response to COVID-19 local emergency. We'll start with the City Manager, Mr. Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have 2 specific business items with regard to the COVID-19 update, but tonight we have 2 other update items. So if you will bear with me, I have our CFO, Mr. Kevin Riper, here. He's going to give us an update on a brief overview of the economics around us of COVID-19, and then I will talk about outlining what we're looking forward to in terms of options for our upcoming budget. These are overviews that we will provide tonight, and then we'll provide an update on the county's most recent updated Stay Well at Home order, and then we'll get to these two business items that are specific to the virus. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Riper right now, and I'll point your attention both to him and what's on the screen will project momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I have 4 slides to present from a economic forecasting and analysis webinar given by the League of California Cities late last week. But I wanted to start with an illustration of how remarkably and distressingly quickly things have changed. Just 3 facts from the national and international scene. Who would have predicted 2 months ago that the price of oil would be negative? A second item, culled from the pages of the Wall Street Journal. Everybody knows about AMC, the national movie chain company. AMC has 26,000 employees. All 26,000, from the CEO down to the newest recruit as a ticket taker. All 26,000 AMC employees are on furlough indefinitely. And then the third statistic is a national statistics folks have been reading about, and to me is the most disappointing and distressing economic statistic I've seen in more than 40 years of economic forecasting. It's about jobless benefits. Americans in the workforce applying for unemployment benefits. A dozen years ago, in the depths of the Great Recession, the worst week for Americans filing for unemployment was a week in 2008 when 660,000 Americans filed for unemployment. 660,000, that's the all-time record until a month ago. In the last 4 weeks, initial claims for unemployment benefits have averaged 5.5 million a week. So 22 million Americans in the workforce have filed for unemployment in a month. That's the larger picture we're looking at. To California, the first slide from League of California Cities fiscal policy analyst Michael Coleman talks about the statewide outlook for sales and use tax. The state and many cities are looking at a 30 to 37% decline in sales tax revenue in the current quarter. And by current quarter, we mean the April, May, June of 2020 calendar quarter, the quarter we're in right now. Oxnard's sales tax forecast for both the base sales tax and Measure O is not quite at a 30% decline yet. But after a sales tax forecasting call with HDL, our sales tax consultant, tomorrow, we might be there. And as the city manager mentioned, we'll have more details for the Finance and Governance Committee at their scheduled meeting a week from today. The second slide is the League's view on hotel tax. Michael Coleman is suggesting that cities around the state reduce their estimate of hotel tax revenue, or TOT, transient occupancy tax as we call it here, by 80 to 90% in the current quarter. The Finance Department and the City Manager's Office current forecast is an 83% reduction from what we were otherwise expecting. So we're right in the middle of that forecast range from the League. The third revenue source that Michael Coleman talked about on this League of California Cities webinar last week was business tax. Business operations tax, business license tax, we call it business tax. Less of an impact there because collection of business tax is delayed. It's on a rolling one-year basis here in Oxnard, so it doesn't hit us all at once the way sales tax and transient occupancy tax declines do, but still the League is suggesting that cities reduce by 10 to 15% their forecast for business tax revenue. All of those are supporting the general fund here in Oxnard. And then the final one that Michael Coleman talked about was property tax, which of course is our biggest general fund revenue source. 40% of the general fund is for property tax. And there, the picture is much less gloomy. There would only be a decline in property tax if folks can't pay, although eventually they would because the property will be liened, or if there's a decline in property values. Well, the next property assessment date isn't until January 1st of 2021, so there is time for the national, the regional, and the local economies, at least in real estate terms, to recover and not suffer a big decline in assessed valuations, which would lead to a decline in property tax. So not much impact yet on property tax, but certainly a huge impact on sales tax and transient occupancy tax. Those were the main takeaways from the League of California Cities revenue forecasting webinar of last week. Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Riper. So there's a brief update with an outline of the economy around us. So now I'm going to talk about, give an outline of the things that we need to do as a city. And believe it or not, I'm going to start with the census. So we have staff from the U.S. Census on here ready to speak to us. And I just want to make one point before Ms. Anna Lugo speaks. In this crisis right now, it's directly related to how well we do with the census. A lot of the resources coming to us via the county from the feds, and a lot of the resources coming in the near future is going to be partially based on our population count. So there's no better way to emphasize how important it is that we complete the census as best we can in this community. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Lugo to speak to our community. Anna?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nguyen. So my name is Ana Maria Lugo, and I'm with the U.S. Census. I'm a lead partnership specialist, and I am local here to Ventura County, and especially I live in Oxnard. I wanted to give you a 2020 census update, and if you haven't already responded yet, there is a paper questionnaire on its way. Up until this point, it's been an internet response or response over the telephone. So when you receive yours, please fill it out and mail it back. Or, like I said, you can continue to respond online and at 2020census.gov or by calling the toll-free numbers that you see on the screen. Overall, 50% of households in the nation have responded. Now, our numbers here locally, in the state of California, we are at a 52.2 self-response rate. In Ventura County, we are in the top 5 counties of the state of California. So for Ventura County, we're at 59.2% in self-response. And then in Oxnard, we're at 50% in self-response. There are some tracts, about 8 to 9 tracts that are they're going to, take a little bit more attention and different types of outreach, especially considering the situation with COVID-19, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But I just wanted to touch base on the fact that we do have, because of COVID-19, we do have new operational adjustments that have been made. And we're adapting and delaying some of the operations to protect the health and safety of the staff and the public, and to make sure that we get the same population counted another way. So as of right now, all census field activities have been postponed. And the self-response phase, which was normally going to take us into July 31st, is now going to take us into October 31st. With that, they can still continue to respond online, over the phone, and like I said, fill out their questionnaires as they will receive them. As also non-response follow-up. So once census takers will go out to households to interview people who we haven't received their self-response, that will happen between August 11th now through October 31st. With that, we are counting different ways college students, and then of course we have areas here in Oxnard where we have different group quarters facilities, And then as well, we have vacation homes, which could potentially be empty right now, but still need to be counted or not counted, either way. So what we have done locally with the city manager's office and different great partners that we have throughout the county and throughout the city of Oxnard is we've definitely taken advantage of their voice and, their trusted voice online through Facebook Live, through tutorials that partners have done, great videos in Spanish, English, and even Mixteco. And as well as working with our school districts by getting the information to the students right now that they are learning online, and then through food distribution. So I just want to encourage everybody to continue to respond to the 2020census.gov. You can still go online. You can still call the toll-free numbers that you see on the screen right now. And then we have 13 languages that you can access over the phone. You can count up to 99 people over the phone and on the internet. And on the questionnaire, you can count up to 10. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to continue with this update. So based on what Mr. Riper outlined for us, and again, we will have more detailed information next week and in the weeks to come as we go into our new budget, I think it should be obvious, although it isn't, but it should be obvious to most people that the economics around us is rapidly decaying, and there's a lot of debate about how fast the economy will recover, and obviously that is not entirely predictable. But we have a budget coming up that we have to plan for. And given the circumstances, the way we have to approach this is that everything is on the table. There is no scenario that I believe is possible coming through this pandemic, this crisis, that public employees will get through this unscathed. That's just not possible in any universe. So obviously, we have to start at the top with the leadership. And so tonight I want to announce a couple things, and then I'm going to outline for you the game plan going forward. The executive staff will be taking pay cuts related to medical increases, step increases, deferred compensation increases, and as well as the health club reimbursement perk, which is popularly known as the gym membership. So our executive staff will do that regardless of what happens with the budget, and that should yield approximately $130,000 in savings. While that isn't anywhere near enough that will impact the budget, it's important that as leaders we do this. As for me, my portion, and that number, the 130, does not include me, but my share of those cuts adds up to $12,500, and I'm going to, in addition to that, take a salary reduction for the next fiscal year so that my cuts will total $25,000 of my income for next year. And now, if for some miracle, and I'll talk about this a little bit later on, that we get a bona fide bailout from the feds, then we can undo some of these. But going forward, we can't expect that, and we can't count on that, and we shouldn't budget and plan around that. So again, the executive staff will be taking cuts for the next fiscal year, and I will take essentially double that amount in terms of individual amounts. So I will be taking a $25,000 pay cut for the next fiscal year. So I'll put that in writing for you in the near future. So, but of course, that doesn't even begin to take care of our financial problems. And I want to, as I lay out the options we're looking at, I want to remind everyone of the circumstances we were in prior to this pandemic. So everybody can recall the pain we went through last year when we were confronting a $9+ million structural deficit, and we were able to cut 2/3 of that. So we went through the year working on roughly a $3 million structural deficit, and we managed pretty well, and we were on our way because we did pursue some revenue expansion that we discussed in the last budget. We were hoping to deliver a status quo budget for the next year, which means that we were stable and that we still had much work to do. Of course, with this pandemic, all that's out the window, and we are now, like basically all other cities in the country, but certainly here in California, we're confronted with this drastic economic decline. So we have also been in this city in years of consistent reductions to our budget and to our programs and to our staffing. Our organization coming into this is already extremely lean. There is really nothing left to cut or trim in terms of what a healthy organization could look to do. So unless we are willing to eject entire programs, just entire batches of services, there's just really not much left to trim. So we are working, as I stated at the last council meeting, we are working to present you with a balanced method to get through this pandemic. And I'm going to outline what those things are going to be. So first of all, we are going to have to utilize our general fund reserve. And there is no moment that better defines the reason anyone has a rainy day fund. So this is exactly the time and the circumstances and the crisis that requires us to utilize our general fund reserve. In addition to that, I have asked the leaders of our labor groups to support us by also foregoing all future increases for the next fiscal year. So I'm in the process of having that conversations with the labor leaders, and I'm happy to say that the leadership of IUOE and OMA, the Mid-Managers Association, have been supportive so far. I'm still working through with the other labor groups. Next option we have to look toward is we have to freeze most hiring. And the reason I say most is that there are still some positions that are urgent that we have to hire, and there are other positions that we must hire because they perform mandated work. Another option we're going to look towards is to continue to further scrub our various contracts and memberships. These are things we've been doing year after year here for many years, so I don't think it will yield a whole lot of savings, but we still must look at them. We have already cut the part-time help. We have already cut the fire academy in large part because given the physical distance requirements, there was no way to physically run the academy, but that's 14 potential firefighter cadets that we had to cut loose. And we've worked through with the police department with regard to cutting police vacancy positions to also save money. Then there are things that, again, as I say, that has to be on the table, but that we are trying our best to avoid because this would just be so extreme at this point in this organization, which would be to discuss furloughs and actual further cuts and reductions. Again, I don't think as a city we can afford to go there, so we're going to find ways to not have to resort to those last two options. And then finally, we have the ability to borrow from the enterprise funds for the purposes of floating our cash flow. And we're going to have to do that, especially since when you look at the fact that our revenues are decreasing significantly, But what's left, the governor has passed an order allowing payment of sales tax to the government to be deferred. And there are two categories of that, the large category for 90 days and the other category for up to 12 months. So what's left of our revenue from sales tax that we were expecting, even though we hope to expect to get it in the future, we won't be getting either in this fiscal year or in early next fiscal year. So we're going to have to resort to borrowing from our enterprise funds for cash flow purposes. But I want to caution everyone, that is borrowing money, and it is not, so we have to pay it back on a schedule, and B, we have to pay some amount of interest on that. So we will work out those details in the near future. So those are the options. We will be discussing this in more detail as we get better sales tax and revenue projections next week. We'll discuss this at the Finance and Governance Committee and then at a future council meeting as well. And this is all dovetailing with the upcoming budget anyway. And then I want to talk about something that we're all very hopeful for, but it has not materialized, which is an eventual bailout from the federal government. So as of last week, there were two bills in Congress addressing the need to bail out local government, counties, states, hospital districts, school districts, and so on. As of yesterday, those bills died, but I have it on good information from our Congresswoman and our senators that they are continuing an effort, and hopefully there'll be a further effort to get a new stimulus bill after they debate the current one that's on the floor, which is focused mostly on small businesses, which is not a bad thing. But I think there's a problem if local governments get ignored in all of this, all of these stimulus packages, because as the significant business declines happen across the country and the economy contracts this severely, it impacts all local governments. Now, we are hopeful, but we can't, as I said before, we can't plan on it. We certainly can't make our budgeting based on this without factual information. But I want to lay out for you, even if this happens, there are still things we have to understand if and when it does happen, which is the following. What would be the formula for any relief that comes down to local government, and hence how much might it mean for us? What would be the mechanism that we would be getting the bailout money from the feds? Would it be a grant? Would it be a loan? Would it be through reimbursements? Or would it be through competitive applications? And all that also dictates how long it would take for eventual funds to reach us. And then, as importantly, how flexible are those funds? So right now, there's a little bit of money available for reimbursement for the pandemic specific related expenses, such as getting protective gear for our staff, our frontline staff. So that in and of itself is not going to help the loss of revenue to the general fund. So with that in mind, I think it's important that we also plan and gear up towards taking charge of our own destiny and taking charge of our own recovery effort. And I'm going to discuss that with the council and the public more as we go through the budget, is that we need to really take control over our revenue streams, and particularly our sales tax stream. So we're going to talk about that more in the coming weeks. Okay, so that's the outline of where we're headed and how serious this is, again, for us and everybody else related to the American economy. So now, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to transition to discuss briefly the updated Stay Well at Home order from the county public health official. There were two in the last 3 days as they are making tweaks and changes to to keep our focus on physical distancing and to keep the focus on mitigating the spread of the coronavirus. So the updated orders can be found in the detail at the county's website, but also the city's website. But the primary website is vcemergency.com. So that's where they have posted the orders. And some of the updates include certain permissions for certain businesses, as long as they follow the physical distancing guidelines outlined in the order, as well as the overall county and state rules. It also opens up county parks and beaches, as well as golf courses and tennis courts. And the stay well at home order, these updates remain in effect through May 15. So that's a quick outline. I'm going to have our police chief, Scott Whitney, come talk about beaches and parks. And very quickly, before the chief speaks, I want to say that our golf course will be reopening probably by Thursday. Our operator is planning the reopening for this week and with the proper protocol. Now, given the constraint of how play can be allowed on the golf courses, they will be very rigid about the coronavirus rules for the golf course. And I just want people to know ahead of time, given the staffing situation, only one course will be open. We have two, but we're going to reopen with only one. And likewise, our tennis courts can be reopened later this week and following strict rules as well. So if you're going to want to play golf at our golf course or play tennis at our tennis court, check with those entities, but beware, you're going to have to follow these new rules for playing. It is not back to normal. It is not back to usual. The county is making an effort to relieve the pressure from the stay well at home order without lifting the lid, and we need to do our best to A, follow the rules, and B, help in enforcing. So with that, I'm going to ask Chief Whitney to discuss parks and beaches as well and other issues with regard to enforcement.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and the public. I just have, I think I have 3 or 4 or 5 slides. So I watched the Public Health Director yesterday give a briefing, and he thanked the public for the vigilance, for following the social distancing, and in a lot of ways, overachieving in this effort. And I see the same things. I've been out in the community a lot over the last 4 weeks, and I see it, and I think you all see it as well. You go out in public, in the stores, most people are wearing masks, most people are social distancing. Not everybody, but most people are, and we just ask that everybody continue to remain vigilant. The Public Health Director did not mandate masks, but there is an encouragement that if you're not able to social distance, so if you go into a grocery store, it's really hard to social distance. You wear a mask when you do that. We've heard this, but it's good to reemphasize thorough hand washing for 20 seconds, regularly cleaning high-touch areas, and no gatherings. And this is something that is a recent change from last night in the public health order. Previously, it had been at 10, then it was at 2. They upped it to no more than 5, and the order now is just no gatherings. So if you're basically, you can't get together with people outside of those that live under the same roof. I want to just talk a little bit about our efforts in supporting the county health officer. We have what we call social distance champions. It's a team. It's primarily made up of our neighborhood policing team, and they go out in the community where the people are, where the people gather. We make sure that the businesses that are open are essential businesses only. And then those areas where people do gather. So I've talked a lot about the, excuse me, the big box stores. Every place where there's a high volume of people, our team looks and tries to work with that entity, mostly the businesses, to figure out social distancing protocols to minimize those 6-foot social distance violations. I talked a little bit about no gatherings. That's particularly applies to parks, beaches, and our other public spaces. I'll go into beaches a little bit more. We haven't had a lot of complaints from the public about our parks. We do get them more so on the weekends, sometimes people playing soccer, basketball. We are going to ask Public Works to remove the basketball hoops at the parks where we're getting complaints. Just want to remind our public, everybody watching, cannot do any kind of sporting, any kind of gatherings in parks. So even if you think that you're doing social distancing, we cannot have a group of people at the beach doing yoga. We've had that earlier in the week. Can't have a group of people at the beach doing some kind of organized exercise. We had that today at the beach. Even if you're 6 feet away, you can't do that. We've had groups of people in our parks 6 feet away, they're just kicking the soccer ball. You cannot do that. That's a violation of the county health order. So we want to remind people of that. And then I didn't have the number on last time I talked. I want to make sure everybody knows the number there, 385-7740. That's our non-emergency police number. If anybody wants to report a violation of the social distancing order, we ask that you call in on that line. That's monitored by our neighborhood policing team, and they will follow up on every one of these. Wanted to share some police statistics with you all. You've probably seen some reports in the news about different activity, particularly domestic violence calls. For the most part, and I've talked about this before, our numbers are really good. Total calls for service, and this is comparing the 4 weeks when we got the initial order, the emergency order. So the 4 weeks compared to last year, the same 4 weeks. And our calls for service for that time is down by 32%. Domestic violence calls down 10%. Traffic collisions, fewer calls, down by 60%. Traffic citations, I never thought I'd ever see this in my career, down by almost 99%. It's hard to write a ticket and social distance at the same time, so we're really just writing those for the most egregious violations. And then the nice thing is that the collisions are down significantly. There's no amount of enforcement that we could have done to drive the traffic collisions down that much. One area where we're having a problem is stolen vehicles. Increased over 100% from last year, same time period. And most of you probably heard the Judicial Council of California basically gave a directive to all of the county courts to set zero bail, so $0 bail for almost all misdemeanors and some felonies. So it really applies to almost every nonviolent crime. And what that means is the jails cannot hold anybody pre-trial. So, and the purpose for that was to try to do some thinning in all of the jails, all of the county jails. The challenge for us, the problem for us in Ventura County, we were already thinning our jails, and so it wasn't a problem for us. So that occurred 2 weekends ago, and we saw an immediate increase in our stolen vehicles. As soon as you release people that are essentially car thieves, you release them out of jail, they go out and steal cars. It's just I've mentioned this before, about 24 habitual car thieves in our city, and if we're not able to hold them in custody, they just steal more cars. So that's a challenge for us. One of the things we're going to do is we're really going to try to emphasize prevention. And an interesting fact, and this will surprise most people, this increase in stolen cars, 45% of that increase was people had their spare key in their glove box. And so if you keep your spare key, when you buy a new car, oftentimes the spare key is just left in the glove box. Please lock your car door. Please do not leave that extra key in the glove box. So the city manager mentioned the parks. I want to go over that again. So we're a little bit ahead of the county and some of the other cities, but it's nice to see now, for the most part, we're all consistent, all the same. We want to keep our parks and our beaches, our open spaces open as long as we can. That does require that we have some extra cooperation from our residents. We know that we did close the skate park. I've shown videos of that last two meetings. People, skaters not paying attention. They broke through the wrought iron fence. Public Works put up extra fencing. They broke through that. So our patience ran thin with warnings. So yesterday we gave out 3 citations to people that were trespassing there and violating the order. We're going to continue to give those violations out for people that want to trespass on the skate park. The dog parks are also closed. The park amenities are closed. Some people call it a soft closure. We want to keep our parks open, but it's the idea of open space, not the amenities. And that's all I have. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Whitney. We do have, I believe, Madam City Clerk, 2 speakers on this overall item. Is that correct?
Hey, Mayor, I do have a video, if you wouldn't mind. It's about a minute long of our beaches.
Sure.
And the reason I wanted to show this is our Oxnard Beach. Can you stop that for a second? Oxnard beaches are different than what people think about from some of the Los Angeles beaches and like the Ventura Beach, which gets very busy. Oxnard beaches generally do not get very busy. I know council members, I got as well complaints, and I know the city manager did as well last week, excuse me, this week. This is a video of, and we've been monitoring them all week while we've been getting the complaints. So this is a video just to give some perspective of a busy day in Oxnard, at Oxnard Beach. This was taken at Neptune Square Park, and then the drone is going north along the beach. We do anticipate having some issues going forward. Actually, maybe not issues, but more crowding. This weekend in particular is going to be really hot. We will keep an eye on it. It's not going to be 100%. Nothing is 100% perfect on this, but we will be monitoring it closely. So just want to show this video. It's probably about 45 seconds now. So this is starting at Neptune Square Park, and then it's going north along the beach. You will see a few clusters of people, but those are considered family units where the 6-foot rule doesn't necessarily apply. So this weekend will be busier than this, but this is a busy weekday for Oxnard on our beaches. So that's fine, Michelle. It's going to turn around here. Thank you. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Outstanding presentation. Mr. City Manager, beyond Chief Whitney, do you have additional speakers that you are going to bring forward?
No, I just have 3 quick comments to close with regard to parks, beaches, and the golf course and the tennis court, which is we are doing our best here to provide open space for people to get out and stretch. But if people cannot follow the physical distancing rules, because we will be monitoring and enforcing as best we can, we have the ability to close them right up again. And I want to be very clear about that. We have, especially at the golf course, where we're going to have very, very strict and different rules for golf play. If they can't be followed, then we're going to close the golf course back down. And then one last thing. Last week, the Fremont South Neighborhood Council, thanks to their leader, Gabe Turan, they were able to hold a Zoom meeting, which myself, the mayor, and the mayor pro tem participated in. I just want to pass on a resident, Walter Morris, provided us the update cautioning our residents against real estate fraud scams. So add that on to the list of all the scams out there of people trying to take advantage of this pandemic. So do not respond to emails or phone calls regarding your mortgages or your homes. If you want to discuss that, you need to call your specific lender. So Mr. Morris was kind enough to spread that to the neighborhood group. Beware of getting, again, random phone calls, mailers, and emails about, helping you with your mortgages and all that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is have the two speakers that have signed up for this item be able to speak. And then what I'd like to do, just for the time, is to make sure that any questions related to this and the council member business, that we just combine that together because anyway, for time management reasons.
I would like to, if the rest of the council would defer, I would rather have my questions of the two speakers, the police chief and the city manager, separate from council members' comments.
Okay, let me just get through this, Councilman Perrello, very quickly. So we have, for this item, let me just make sure that I'm saying that correctly. So item, let's see, G1. Okay, very good. Okay, so G1, we have two speakers, Edward Sierra and Armando Delgado. Why don't we start with Mr. Sierra, please?
Hello? Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Sierra, are you there?
It doesn't seem like Mr. Sierra is there. Why don't we go on, and Madam City Clerk, I did have one of the public comment speakers that we could not get a hold of actually texted me, so we might want to go back to her, but we'll go next to Armando Delgado, please.
Armando?
I'm here.
Hello, Armando?
Yes, I am here. I'm
Hi,
on mute.
Armando. Mayor Flynn, and you had a comment card, speaker comment card for City Manager's Business G1. You have 3 minutes, please. Mr. Delgado?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, my name is Armando Delgado. I am a representative with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 805. You know, we know that the construction industry provides critical services for public safety, such as building and or maintaining public utility buildings, highways, roads, bridges, and wastewater facilities. Construction workers also maintain and improve other infrastructure, including vital energy and communication systems, improvements to the police, fire, and especially today, healthcare facilities. Many municipalities have adopted a shelter-in-place orders, keeping millions at home. The virus has dealt a harsh blow to the operations of many businesses and industries around the country. Here locally, the construction industry remains open and essential to maintain continuous critical infrastructure operations, helping our economy move forward through this epidemic. But what does being essential really mean? Our skilled and trained carpenters have helped tremendously at multiple emergency response and healthcare facilities throughout the nation. I say this proudly, but by no means am I making this a union versus a non-union issue. This is an industry issue, meaning it affects everyone with a hard hat and boots regardless of trade or affiliation. The field guidelines we follow have been developed collaboratively by professional organizations, contractors, and workers' representatives in response to COVID-19. We understand the need for work on construction projects to continue as safely as possible, while various self-isolation orders are in place within the state of California. The guidelines created for COVID-19 pandemic provide for certain work on projects to continue to permit the provisions of essential services to the public. So how important is it, and how do we remain essential through it all? Most people who work in construction do not have the option to work from home. Sure, there's the office staff, project managers, and executives that can do their job remotely from the comfort of their own home. But for site superintendents, foremen, and skilled craftsmen, the ones who actually build the projects and oversee the work, we don't have that luxury. The fear of potentially contracting COVID-19 for those still on the job site every day is very real. Look, I get it. On one hand, there are plenty of workers that want to keep working as long as it's safe. On the other hand, especially for those who are living paycheck to paycheck, it's the choice of not working, losing their job, and not being able to put food on the table. This is extremely hard for workers and with family members currently at home. There is a risk of contracting this disease in every industry, but construction sites are unique, and it's a unique workplace with their own challenges of social distancing. They should be tightly controlled and required safety protocols and separation from the general public. So as a representative of Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters Local 85, with 1,800 members in this area and 55,000 members across the Southwest, we strongly recommend that the City of Oxnard and all other levels of government adopt safety protocols to treat this construction essential services. I think my time's up.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that concludes the speaker comments. And what we're going to go ahead and do now is go right to council member business. But we do have to have time limits, as we do with every item. So what I'm going to do is combine.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. There's still two business items on G for the council to ratify.
I apologize.
Right.
Okay, very well. Well, you know what, Mr. City Manager, what I'd like to do then is this. Why don't we limit, I don't want to do 3 minutes for each one of these items and then another 3. So why don't we do number 1, because that's relevant to COVID. I wouldn't want the modification of the homeless shelter to come up and then kind of confuse the issues. So,
well, those are both related to COVID, though. That modification was for the COVID pandemic.
All right.
But we can be very brief with these.
Okay, very good. Number 2, subject, modifications to provision of homeless shelter services in response to COVID-19 pandemic. Recommendation is that the City Council ratify the First Amendment to the Agreement A-8194 with Mercy House, increasing the total cost by $236,707 for a not to exceed amount of $1,423,267 or $267,000 $267 to provide for the partial relocation and dispersal of homeless shelter beds in order to comply with COVID-19 emergency public health social distancing requirements. And Mr. City Manager, are you going to start, or is Mr. Ramirez going to?
So our housing director, Mr. Ramirez, is here if there are any questions. The bottom line is, when the pandemic hit and the orders came from both the county and the state, we have at our shelter at the time literally people on top of each other because of the tight space. So we had no choice but to expand across the street so that we had space for the physical distancing required to keep everyone in the shelter, the residents as well as the staff safe. So this was something we had to do. It's really as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ramirez.
He's here if anyone has questions, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? So I know, Mr. City Manager, there were a number of questions about the extra costs, and I'm wondering if I know Mr. Ramirez was presenting or preparing to present on those extra costs that the council is being asked to do, and I'm wondering if Mr. Ramirez can just give a very brief presentation on that $236,000 increase. Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, sir.
Could you just give us a brief presentation on the extra $236,000 increase to this contract with Mercy House, please?
Yes, sir. Sir, when we needed to respond to the COVID pandemic, we worked in an effort to create the safety measures in the operation of the navigation center. So that involved allowing for the separation of the beds and the distancing of the people, not only in the placement of the beds themselves, but also in the delivery of the meal program and the various programs that are included at the navigation center. We also were working to comply with guidelines that were coming down from the state, the governor's office, and the various homeless programs from the state. And so that included adding additional facilities for bathrooms and showers, including what they refer to as a sick bathroom, a sick shower, and a place for isolation, and et cetera. For all those things, we just needed more space. We also added sanitation stations at the entry of the two shelter locations. So we expanded from the K Street operation to nearly across the street at the POW Center, which had been closed because of COVID, because it's a community center. And that expansion doesn't mean that we expanded the capacity of the number of beds, but just the space allowances. In order to do that, we needed to then operate a navigation center that was at two different venues. Nearby, I admit, but still, and that meant we had to increase security, that we had to now provide for security at the two venues and for crossing the street, because there was going to be a need to cross the street. We had to provide, even though we were still providing only 110 beds, now people were sleeping at two different sites, so we had to manage to do different sites, etc. So we added costs that are relative to increasing the number of people that would be managing the two different sites. Mercy House added a number of 5 individuals, each making $14 an hour. We added security, including security for the perimeter of the neighborhood or the area and the two venues. We added the showers, the sick shower and the regular showers, the bathrooms, the sanitation, all of those things. And together, they came to an amount equal to $236,000, $707 for a period from March through the end of the current agreement for operation till the end of June. So therein lies what we're asking for today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers specific to just this item, number 2?
No, we don't.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now, and Mr. City Manager, does that conclude the City Manager's business, or do you have any additional comments?
No, we need you to ratify this, but also number 1, which is to ratify the most recent orders.
Okay.
And so if you could go ahead and take the vote on this, then I'll have the city attorney discuss item number 1 very quickly.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move approval.
Second. It's Carmen.
Okay, very well. Mr. City Attorney?
We need to take a roll call vote. If that's
Okay. I thought he'd called on the City Attorney. Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion. I'm sorry, sometimes I'm hearing things, sometimes I'm not. So there was a motion by Councilman McDonald, and the second was by Mayor Pro Tem, I believe.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perla?
This is item 2, correct?
It's for both. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. It's item 2, I believe, is what the city manager said. If
Okay.
it's item
I
2,
would move both. I was moving both.
we were going to have a report. I believe somebody was going to report on number 1, the city attorney. And I'm still waiting to make my comment on the police chief and the city manager's comment.
Okay.
I'll approve number 2. I believe number 1 was not in the original motion.
Okay, why don't we do this? Councilman McDonald revised his motion. He's made a motion for 1 and 2, and just very quickly, Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you second that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Perrella.
Okay, with respect to the police chief's report, I'm very, very grateful for him attributing the extra crime to the habitual criminals that are being left, and the citing of the individuals that are breaking into this Bedford Pinkard skateboard park. But I am getting different feedback from residents on the beach. Even today, 5th Street and Mandalay Bay Road, there's no parking on either side. There's a tremendous amount of people at the beach. Maybe that drone would have gone a little further down, we might have seen it, specifically on the weekends. Those are my comments for the police chief. And I do respect the police department and everything they're doing. No knock on the police department. My comment with respect to the city manager, it was mentioned that in negotiations with the unions, the IUOE and OMA are in agreement. Can we get an update on what's going on with everybody else? Because when I hear top management is taking a cut and my city manager is taking a cut, I'm offering to cut my pay from this job for 25%. But I want to know what the rest of the unions are doing. And if I can get an update on that.
So,
City manager.
yes, so actually, I'm going to let the police chief address the first part, and then I'll address the second part.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Perrello. So I do agree the parking on Mandalay just south of 5th Street does get busy, and with like 24 cars, I sent that email yesterday. I think I included you in that. When there's 24 cars there, it seems like it is super busy in that area, but the beach is so wide and so long that, 24 cars or 36 cars, actually the beach isn't crowded. There's an appearance that it is. We actually sent the drone over that area again today. I didn't show it just because of time, but it was essentially very similar to what I showed from the other footage. Now, we do anticipate more crowds this weekend, and we're going to do the best we can to mitigate that. It's not a challenge, or it's not a problem now. As the city manager said, if it becomes a problem, we'll take appropriate action. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Perrello, if answering your question through the chair, Mr. Mayor. So I'm still in discussions with the other bargaining groups, and I want to be clear, it's the leadership of the other 2 groups that are supportive. They still have to take it to the membership for approval. And I think part of our challenge is with this pandemic, not really understanding how severe and how swift it has been, and being overwhelmed by it. I don't know if people have really been able to absorb just how severe it is. And I think there's an aspect of many of us that are just hopeful that things will wake up one day and things will get better. But I am continuing my conversations with the other bargaining groups, and I'm hoping that everyone will join in together. So that hopefully I'll have more of an update next week that's more concrete, Council Member. Thank you.
Well, I would just like to final the statement, Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk, because I don't like rushing these things. Sometimes it seems like we've got some hot event to go to besides the activities of the city of Oxnard. But my concerns are this. People would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to see how many people are out of work. Stores are closed. People are home. The traffic on the street has gone down. That means people are not going to work. That means people are not getting a paycheck to put food on the table for their members. When we have a presentation by the chief financial officer explaining how many people have lost their jobs, 5 million applied for unemployment average per week, and we have now been given information that the top management is going to take a pay cut, our city manager is going to take an extra pay cut. If people that work for the city of Oxnard, good men and women, do not understand that there are a tremendous amount of hurt out there in the public, and the shared burden that is required if more and more people are hurting, something is seriously wrong. Something is seriously wrong. I learned a long time ago, a man that can afford a T-bone steak, a man that can afford a round steak, a man that can afford hamburger and a man that can only afford bologna, man or woman. If they take a cut, it's easier to go from a T-bone steak to a round steak, and easier to go from a round steak to a hamburger, and easier to go from hamburger to bologna. But when you take a cut and you've only got bologna, what's left? That's what I need to say to the public. I'm not a saint, not even close. But when people are making efforts to try and save the city, I can do no less than offer, I'll give 25% of whatever I'm making. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me make the comment.
Thank you very much. And I know there's a motion on the floor for both number 1 and number 2, but I want to ask any of the other council members if they have any questions or would like to make any comments, to be fair about this.
Well, I do.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I don't know if we can stick to the presentation or include this in our council comments.
Why don't we take these separately and we'll just be
expeditious. One of my concerns, I want to first of all thank City Manager and his leadership team for leadership, because it's amazing. And I think in response to what Councilman Carrillo said, I think that people are having a hard time just getting their heads around how drastic this situation is. It's unlike anything that's ever happened in our lifetime. I remember 9/11, and that had a terrible impact on our country and a particular portion of our country. This has hurt everybody everywhere, but we're still trying to get used to it. My concern is whether or not, because the county and the city have lessened the restrictions on the beach and the golf course, if we might have a situation where people come from other areas. I have a lot of family in LA. LA is a hot spot. And if they would come and, you can't keep people out, but it's a concern I have that people would come to our wonderful beaches and maybe overwhelm our facilities. So just one of the concerns I have. I also want to say that this is just a little bit tangential, but a lot of people are buying online, Mr. City Manager and Mr. Riper. Do we have any access to sales tax from those online services to replace the retail to a large extent?
Very quick answer is yes, and those numbers are baked into our projections of the overall decrease. So the sales tax projections take into account retailers like Amazon and Wayfair.
Okay, and then I do also want to commend staff, because I had occasion to call the water department about a question I had about water services, and I was told that safety protocols are in place so that we can keep our basic services going, so that they have shifts, so that not everybody's, if potentially they're exposed to the virus, it wouldn't wipe out, say, our whole department, water department. So I think that's really excellent thinking. I hope nobody gets sick. It looks like we're doing pretty good so far by maintaining the rules, but we cannot let our guard down now, because if we let our guard down, we will have wasted a lot of time and maybe created a more dangerous situation. So that's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments by members of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman McDonald.
Just a couple quick comments. And, people need to remember that we are dependent on a lot of sales tax, income tax, revenue, things of that nature. Transit occupancy, because I sit on the Convention and Visitors Bureau, has gone from about 85% occupancy rate to about a 15% occupancy rate. That's going to have an impact on us. No ifs, ands, or buts. The deferral of income tax, potentially property tax, sales tax to July is going to put us 3 months behind the curve on collection of that money. So people need to understand that even if that money comes in at full revenue that we're used to, it's going to be 3 months delayed. But the other problem is that a lot of the businesses that pay towards these taxes have been closed for 30, 45 days, maybe even longer, That's going to have an impact on us. There is going to be a financial issue here, a fiscal crisis. We need to look forward to that. We need to take advantage of the time to plan for it and do something. So, yeah, it may sound like we're, Chicken Little running around saying the sky is falling, but the sky is pretty close to falling at this point. So we need to be cautious about how we deal with things. So, those are the issues that people need to look at beyond, oh, gee, the money's there. It may be there. Even if it's there at 100%, it's still going to be 30 days behind or 60 or 90 days behind. But it's not going to be there at 100%. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So those are just my comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments by members of the City Council?
Yes, I have a quick comment, Mayor. This is Vianney.
Yes.
So first of all, thank you to everyone, all our city staff and our leadership in tracking this issue and doing what needs to get done to protect our residents. I had a question about the latest report from the county on the number of cases that have been reported that now separates them by actual zip code, and wondering, I know this was just sent out right before our council meeting, but if there's any insight that either Chief Whitney can provide on these numbers, and if there's any based on the zip code and the location of the city where some of these cases have been located, if there's any additional action or enforcement that may be focused in some of these areas, just looking at the number.
Yeah, Mayor, this is Scott Whitney. Thank you, Council Member. And we're very limited on how we talk about where the positive cases are, what we can say, but generally speaking, they are spread out throughout the city. There are not any deep clusters anywhere. We do have concerns any place in the city where there's high density housing. That's a natural concern for us, but for the most part, the positive cases are spread out throughout the city.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. And the mayor pro tem also had a comment, and it was related to Councilman Perillo's comment, but I just also wanted to reemphasize this idea of our beaches potentially being overrun by people from outside the city or the county, and that is something that we'll definitely keep an eye on. It's not an issue now. If it does become an issue, we will address it in the same manner that we closed the skate parks because we didn't think we could have it open safely. Same with the dog parks. We would take the necessary actions if that becomes a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments by members of the council? I just wanted to make a quick comment, number one, about the chief's remarks about the concern that Mayor Pro Tem expressed about people coming from the outside. I have had a lot of comments from people about that, and I think obviously nobody knows where people are coming from. We just know that if there are crowds at the beach and they're excessive and or social distancing isn't being abided by, other than albeit smaller families, and that sometimes is a little bit difficult to determine, then what I think the chief had to say applies. I wanted to comment very quickly on the extra allocation for the homeless shelter and trying to be maybe even more direct with members of the public that might be listening about the cost associated with housing the homeless. In essence, running a 110-bed shelter and this contract is costing the city about $60 per homeless person per day. $60 per homeless person per day. And that right now is in 2 facilities that the city actually owns. So we don't pay for the gym. We don't pay for the National Guard Armory. We own those facilities. So it's a $60 amount, and one can only imagine how much more that would be if we didn't own the facility. This extra appropriation that we're being asked to approve tonight adds an additional $20 onto that. So in essence then, by this social distancing, this separation into the 2 facilities, we now have an extra $20 on top of the 60. So now it's approximately $80 per person. And when I'm asked the question by members of the public, Mayor Flynn, why can't we house all 600 or all 700 at this rate that it costs just to house the 110? It would be an additional $13 million a year for the city to house all of the homeless. And that is approximately 9% of our general fund budget. So it shows just how daunting it is, how much the costs are. But again, this appropriation is absolutely necessary. I'm happy that the housing director, the city manager, and the staff were really able to get this situation under control quickly, albeit the fact that there was bad weather. And I know the housing director had to really scramble and get all of this moving done, given the fact that we had a lot of rainy weather. And I really appreciate his hard work, and Mr. City Manager, your hard work, and the staff. So we have a motion, Madam City Clerk, by Councilman McDonald, and in a second by Mayor Pro Tem on both items.
And can I just confirm that motion covers both items?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. I'll just start the vote count over again. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye, yes.
Mayor Flynn?
Aye.
Councilman McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
The motion to approve both items carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. And now what
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have one more thing that I forgot about, and this
That's
will only
okay.
take a second. This
You
is
betcha.
regarding the effort that we have to help individuals complete their unemployment applications, unemployment claims applications.
Yes.
So the phone number, you have to make an appointment, and we can help people in English and Spanish, but the phone number is 385-7407. Again, that's 385-7407. Now, we've been doing that this week, providing assistance with a handful of appointments. We received many more phone calls. Unfortunately, the majority of the phone calls were from people who'd already filed their applications and were just frustrated with the state's bureaucracy, which, by the way, should be understandable given the volume. We want to preserve our staff time and resources to help people who need help to actually fill out the application. Once you've succeeded with that, then it's got to go through the state's process. So if you're simply frustrated that your application that you successfully filed is taking time, we understand the frustration, but please don't call us for that. Again, we're here to help individuals who are struggling to complete the application so that they can receive the unemployment benefits that they most likely have eligibility for. So one last time, the phone number is 385-7407. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now we'll proceed to council member business, and we'll limit that to 3 minutes. And we'll start with Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I'll just keep it short. Everyone, please stay safe. Take care of your loved ones. Please stay indoors if at all possible. 100% of the time. Please only go out in case of an emergency. So other than that, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Basua, please.
Thank you. I'm also going to keep it short. I just want to address the issue that has kind of been bombarding my email and my phone in regards to Ormond Beach. My message is that I have been actively speaking to our city manager, and I just want to let the residents of Oxnard know that he is currently working on it. And, you know, sometimes things do take a little bit longer, but we have not forgotten that we have an issue out there, and I just ask them for patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I did also want to address the Ormond Beach situation. I did have an occasion to ask our police department about that. And I want to let people know that, in fact, the city police have been doing patrols, and all of the people I understand that are homeless out there are not actually living on city property, but on private property. So it's ongoing. Our police department is engaged. We are struggling to find the resources to do everything in the way we'd like, but can't always do that. I want to encourage people out there in the neighborhoods, neighborhood councils, to consider doing Zoom meetings that the mayor and I and the city manager did last week. And I thought it was pretty successful. It gave the residents an opportunity to hear from the city manager and from us about what's going on, and also to ask questions. So I thought it was very positive. So I've talked to a couple of other neighborhood chairs in my district about doing it. Tomorrow is Earth Day, and I think it's an important time to look at what things we need to do to save our environment, which we depend on for our health. Now that people are not driving as much, we do have cleaner air. Of course, there's an economic disaster, but it's unfortunate it would take an economic disaster to clean our skies. But that's something we have to think about. It's very important for us to be healthy, to save our environment. I would like to encourage people to listen to the governor's update every day at 12 noon. It's on Channel 3. That is KEYT, and it's also on Facebook. And then at 1 o'clock, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the county gives an update. It is also on Facebook and on Channel 3, and you can get it in Spanish after the initial presentation. Please listen to medical experts about cures or remedies for the virus. At this point, there are none. Do not be scammed into buying something that's dangerous or just wasting your precious dollars. We are in government, all of us, those of us elected and those of us who work for the city and the county and elsewhere. We are public servants, but we don't have all the answers. We have to be trying to work together to make things better. At the same time, our first duty is public safety, and that does include public health. And I think that's why we have worked so hard to keep our city and our county healthier. But when people say we are all in this together, we're not all in this together. Some of us have the luxury of staying home, sheltering in place, and maybe even enjoying that to a certain extent. And others have to go to work, have to be farm workers and harvest the food we depend on. People have to go to provide health care, take care of elders, take care of children, do essential jobs such as Mr. Delgado spoke of earlier. And we have to protect them by trying to keep community spread down. So we're not all in this together. Unfortunately, some of us have harder jobs than others. And I'd like us to be conscious of that, conscious of the seniors and vulnerable people in our community that could be so easily infected if we do not follow what is recommended. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything I would have said has been said already, so I will agree with my peers.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perrello.
Thank you. This morning I had the opportunity to call and speak with Congresswoman Julia Brownling, and I was specifically asking questions about what is the hope for assistance that would come for cities under 500,000. Had a long conversation with her, very helpful. She understands the situation, also the situation with the small business packages and what has happened and the abuses in how that some of that money has gone out. She informs me that she does believe strongly there will be another interim stimulus package coming out before the election. And with that and the information coming out, I just like to remind people The newspaper, the radio, television, whatever your slant on life is, listen to the news. When you hear stories of the federal government, you and me, taxpayers, paying amounts that are going to go to organizations that are going to distribute it. There's stories, they're hidden in the back of the paper, but the major banks have loaned the most and the majority of money for the small business, and now the amount is gone. There's a bill that's just been passed and working to get more money in there, and it went to the biggest customers. Instead of the small mom and pops, it went to the biggest customers. And why? They want to keep their biggest customers happy. I can understand that. But the underlying reason is they get more in the way of fees. The almighty buck. Other council members tonight have mentioned the situation. Some people have to work. Some people don't have the luxury of having benefits. Some people don't have the luxury of retirements. Some people do not have the luxuries of everything. Your moms and dads and grandpas and grandmas wanted everybody to become educated so you get a better job, better situation than what they had. This is a hell of a lesson for people with kids. Get that education. Amount to something so you do not be put in a spot like we're seeing our fellow citizens be put in. But there also comes a time when the leadership is to be held accountable. Our national leadership is a disgrace. When we have people that are denying science, denying the sicknesses, maybe they don't have a friend or a family member that's sick. And it's amazing how your tune can change extremely quickly when something like that happens. I'm fortunate. I don't have a friend or family member in that spot. But I do know a well-respected attorney that serves on one of the boards that I do. He has a sister-in-law, critical, going down in Pasadena. It does touch home. These people that have lost jobs and everything, the understanding, and residents in my neighborhood that are hammering, they want these businesses back up. I mentioned it before in the past with respect to the performing arts thing. Which one of us is going to stand over the graves if that roof falls down on them? Well, which one of us is going to be standing there and saying, we're sorry, we let you go back and we didn't pay attention to the science? We need to pay attention to science. I don't always agree with it, but we need to pay attention. That's why these guys go to school. That's why they get the big bucks. And that's what they trust the elected officials to listen to science. The health, safety, and welfare, Mayor Pro Tem, want to be safety. Health, safety, and welfare are the highest priorities of any elected official. We're looking for the welfare of the city of Oxnard, trying to make sure that this does not impact us any more than it is. The health, we're looking out to keep people away from each other. And the safety, the police department is doing what they're doing. I want to thank Mr. Delgado for his comments. The working men and women of this country, union or non-union, they're holding this country together. But you have to have some faith in the leadership that they're doing the best they can. Right now, I'm concerned about my leadership at the federal government. And that's not a political statement. That's a statement about one leader. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council Member Lopez.
Great, thank you. I don't have much to say other than just a reminder, to everyone of how serious the situation is, and that in one way or another, we either know someone who has passed away because of the coronavirus, or we know someone who has lost someone who has passed away from this. And seeing this on social media and sharing it through networks of friends, these are the reminders of why it's important for us to continue to stay at home, to follow the guidelines of our officials, and really protect each other, because we're in this together. I know it's been a long way, and we still have some time to go, but we have to do this for the safety of each other and our families. So please, everyone, stay safe. And thank you to everyone who is out there working every day to make sure that our city and our county continues to work within the capacity that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just make a few brief remarks about today's Senate bill that was passed as a bailout for small businesses, a small business stimulus package. It was $480 billion. And of that $480 billion, $380 billion is slated for small businesses. And particularly important about that is the Small Business Administration loan money had run out in an unprecedented amount of time. So a good part of this stimulus package that was passed by the United States Senate today is going to be devoted towards small businesses. How does that relate to the city of Oxnard? The city manager has and his team have repurposed several departments that are going to be setting up shop to help small businesses in the city of Oxnard actually apply for those small business administration loans. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the service that we're offering, the individual service to those people here in the city that need help in filing for unemployment insurance. So I'm very happy that the Senate of the United States was able to put aside their partisan differences, and they were able to come up with a compromise, which is what government's all about. This Senate bill, the $480 billion bill, is going to go to the House of Representatives on Thursday, and it's anticipated that there's, again, bipartisan support for this, and it will pass, and let's hope it ends up on the president's desk no later than Friday, and we can get this Small Business Administration loan money to the small businesses, and as the city manager said, get this unemployment insurance for the people of the city of Oxnard. So those are my remarks, and now we'll go to the next on the agenda, and I will just bring it up here in a second. I want to apologize, I had it here. And now we're going to go to the information consent agenda, and I just need to be reminded by the city clerk, we do have 2 speakers. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we have a number of items on the information consent agenda, and I'll ask now members of the city council if they'd like items pulled for discussion. I'll start with Council Member Lopez.
Yes, I have a question about K4.
K4. Councilman Perrello.
Beg your pardon, K1.
Councilman McDonald.
Nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a comment about K3.
Councilwoman Basua.
No.
Councilman Madrigal.
No, thank you.
Okay, why don't we start with Councilman Perrello with item K1. Councilman Perrello.
K1, I did have the opportunity to speak to the city clerk. There is an omission under the council comment reports on the city, on the minutes to be approved. Underneath Councilmember Perrello, I'd asked for mention Martin Jones, but I had also asked that the meeting be closed in honor of Martin Jones, and that does not reflect in that part of the minutes. And when it gets to the adjournment of the minutes, the adjournment of the meeting, the minutes do not reflect that the mayor did close the meeting in honor of Mr. Jones. Those are my requests for corrections of the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem. Item K3, please.
I just wanted to point out that this is a grant program from our development department that really can only be used for this. I think they're all very worthy, and it's unfortunate we didn't have more money to give to other groups or individuals seeking assistance or for their arts program. But it's important for the public to know, now that we are in this economic crisis, that this is money, like a lot of our other funds, that cannot simply be repurposed for some other part of the city's needs. So it is appropriate, and I think it's a great program. I'm glad we have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Council Member Lopez.
Yes, thank you. With regard to item K4, this is about Senate Bill 1 and the local streets and road maintenance funding. This is definitely a long time coming. A lot of people have asked about the repaving or the pavement of Rice Avenue, which is mentioned here. But the question that I have, either for our city manager or Ms. Gaglione, is about the funding. If this funding will in any way be impacted by the current COVID situation, and if so, what can we expect from that?
I know our Public Works Director is on. I'm going to wait to see if she is going to make a comment. Ms. Gaglione? Our CFO is going to comment, and then I have a similar, well, actually, I have a comment too, but it may be the same. Mr. Riper? Go ahead.
Yes, this is Rosemary Gaglione. I do not expect, yes, can you hear me?
No, actually, not really. I'm going to have Mr. Riper address it real quick.
I could hear Rosemary.
I can hear her very well. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually not coming through here.
We're talking, I can't hear.
Right. Rosemary, we can't hear your end of it, so we'll address it briefly here.
From the revenue perspective, Councilmember Lopez, the League of California Cities is waiting until the governor's May revise of his budget, and they expect the governor's office, the State Department of Finance, to come out with a substantially lower gas tax revenue estimate for both this fiscal year and next fiscal year. But that doesn't affect, that affects the timing and availability of revenue. It doesn't affect this item, which just lists the projects we eventually wish to construct and pay for.
And that's our response.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Lopez, do you have any further remarks?
That is it on my end. Thank you.
Okay. I would just like to make a couple quick comments, and then we'll go right to the two speakers, and I have those two names. Just to let the members of the public know that in this report, it talks about the fact that Oxnard has 833 miles of streets, 70 miles of alleys, and it has 61 different parking lots. And it has been, to say difficult or arduous over the past decade and a half to try to keep up with this streets bill. But SB 1, meaning Senate Bill 1, provides over $52 billion over 10 years. Many know that there was an attempt recently to rescind this bill that the state legislature had passed, and that did not succeed. And as a result of it, we're going to get a lot of streets paved here in the city of Oxnard. What I want to make sure and ask the city manager is, I know on the city website, on the staff reports, we actually have, Mr. City Manager, those streets that are going to be paved, like Rice Avenue and many others. And my question is, are those very same maps being updated on the city's website? So members of the public that have questions about which streets are getting paved when is actually accessible on the council agenda.
Mr. Mayor, that's a great question, and I don't know, but A, I will find out, and B, if they're not updated, we will make sure that they are. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, and I'll just then say to members of the public, this K4, again, Senate Bill 1, the $52 billion generated statewide by extra gas taxes and I believe vehicle registration fees. It's going to pave a substantial amount of Rice Avenue. It's going to provide an overlay in La Colonia in the Phase 2 project. It's going to do a lot of residential street resurfacing, and it's going to do East Gonzales Road and West Gonzales Road. So all of those areas are going to be paved with this money, and it's very important that the public understands exactly by paying a little bit more at the gas pump, this is what they're going to get directly from this benefit. So I strongly support this item and the aggressive attempts by the Public Works Department to pave city streets. So thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. And we do have, I think I didn't forget a council member, I believe, did I? Everyone spoke. Okay, fine. So we do have two speakers. And the very first speaker is Laura Gallardo. And then we're now calling her. Ms. Gallardo? Hi, it's Mayor Flynn with the City Council, and you signed up to speak on the information consent agenda. You have 3 minutes.
Beginning now?
We're now calling her. Madam City Clerk, I can't hear her speak.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right. Yeah. I'm sorry, there's a delay. Hold on, there's a delay. Let me just turn this off, okay? Hello? Good evening, Mayor Flynn and Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and your fellow City Councilwomen and councilmen. I am Laura Gallardo Jimenez, Cultural Arts Commissioner, representing my fellow Cultural Arts Commissioners this evening. Today I'm addressing the City Council as a City of Oxnard constituent as well as a member of our city's CAC Commission and Arts Advocate. Tonight, the Cultural Arts Commission stands in support of the proposed disbursement of funds for the 2019-2020 cycle of the Commission's grant awards for our Public Arts and Public Places Fund. The Oxnard City Council's Community Services Committee has already approved this proposal for the disbursement of funds for the arts grant request for the proposed projects by individual artists and organizations. In these extraordinary times of duress and unprecedented critical challenges, art and culture enrichment is critically needed now more than ever. The artists and the organizations that have vied for the art grant program and their creative work will inspire and uplift our communities through this difficult period. The Cultural Arts Commission jury panel process was completed by January of this year. The results were presented on February the 5th to the Cultural Arts Commission's regular meeting. Subsequently, on February 27th, at the CAC special meeting, the Cultural Arts Commission approved seeking the disbursement of the operational grant proposal for the cycle of 2019-2020. The Cultural Arts Commission asks for your affirmative vote for that disbursement of the Arts and Public Places proposed grant award. We thank you for your supporting. We thank you for your supporting of the vibrancy of art and the beautifying color that it brings to our community by the cultural arts in our city, especially at this life-challenging period and during the COVID-19 pandemic. We need a ray of hope and a glimmer of sunshine that the arts can bring to us during this dark time to renew our citizen spirit. I thank you this evening for your consideration of the Arts and Public Places Fund disbursement tonight. Please keep safe and sound, and do tell everyone is it in your heart and soul to love each other and treat each other with the utmost love and affection. Good evening.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Kalia Dorias.
Hello, this is Kalila from the Cultural Arts Commission as well.
Hi.
Hello, City Council and Mayor.
Good evening.
So happy to be online with you all. Okay, fantastic. I don't have much to say, but I would just like to say that the Arts in Public Places Cultural Arts Commission Grant Award, we are so excited that it is being considered. And in spite of COVID-19 and all that our community is going through currently, these projects, all of them, as you can see, from the Oh My Theater to Juneteenth to various activities, they will be excellent for our community and just to keep our spirits high once we can go out of sheltering in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And Madam City Clerk, do we have any additional speaker cards just to double check?
No, that's it.
Okay, very well. What's the pleasure of the council on the information consent agenda?
Move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second. With the changes requested?
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor, real quickly.
Yes.
I'm going to recuse myself from K4.
K4. Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem made the motion, Madam City Clerk, and it was seconded by, I didn't get it because there were.
I'll second it.
I
And
think it was
changes
Councilmember
requested in the
Lopez.
Right. Councilman Pro. The vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilman McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Prello?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Flynn?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye, and I recuse myself from K4.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
So the motion carries 7-0, except for K4, it's 6-0 to 1 with Madrigal recusing.
And Madam Clerk, just for the record, the recusal is based on the proximity of certain projects within the project list in relation to the council member's residence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to the last item on the agenda. And I do have to remember, Madam City Clerk, we're going to call the one speaker that was not available for information consent. For items not on the agenda. So this is item L under reports. Public Works Department, subject, update of the Wastewater Division capital improvement projects. Recommendations that the City Council receive and file a presentation on the wastewater system capital improvement program. And this did go to the Public Works and Transportation Committee. We had some comments there that we'll share with you. So why don't we go ahead and I don't know, it's Tien giving the presentation?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Tianing. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director. So tonight, the Public Works Department is going to provide an update of the wastewater capital improvement programs. So I'll skip over the recommendations since the mayor's already read it. So there back in 2014, the Public Works Department initiated a multi-year integrated master plan that includes the water system, the wastewater system, and the recycled water system. And here the scope. The scope is, review the existing design and construction, look at our existing infrastructures, and develop alternatives of improvement and future CIPs based on changing regulations, water demand, and treatments. And once those develop, we have to estimate costs so that we can prioritize them. And then, prepare a recommended plan. So here's a summary of the wastewater treatment plant condition assessment. So as you can see right from the get-go, the bar is not located in the right place. So the summary says 80% of our assets rated to be fair or worse condition. That's not how you should manage your asset. So the bar should be very high from the left side, very good, and then, probably gradually go down and so forth. But that didn't happen. So immediately we know we have to deal with situations here, meaning 10% very poor, means there were signs of failures. So together we came out with a 10-year capital improvement plans, which the first 2 years is to immediately focus on repairing our emergency repair, the processes that has started to fail. And then for year 3 to 5 is to focus on bring the plant back up, make it reliable so that we don't constantly working on, dealing with failures. And then for year 6 to 10, this is where we gotta come up with a plan to modernize the facility. Remember, the plant was built in the early 50s and then have a few upgrade, the latest one being in the mid 80s. So subsequent to that, the City Council also approved a 5 years rate program to fund the year 1 to 5 capital improvement program. And I think we have since then have 4 rate increases, and the last one is due next year. So here's a quick summary of the capital cost that the master plan came out with. So the highest one being the wastewater treatment plant, a total cost for year 1 to 5 is about $52 million. Then we have the sewer collection system. There are projects too. Some of the manhole has failed, and lines, sewer lines, showing signs of failure. That's about $15 million. Then we have vehicles and equipment that tops $2 million. And the last one here, consulting, $10 million. This is not focusing on the year 1 to 5. This is focusing on the planning effort, the engineering effort that needs to go in to the year 6 to 10 project. So total about $79 million that it's in 2017 dollars. So here's a timeline, from the beginning, and in May of 2014 we initiated the master plan, all the way through May 2017, which the City Council adopted the wastewater rate, and then in December 2017, and we initiated the final design of the treatment plant. Now the next slide here on the timeline mainly focusing on the emergency repairs project. We know the worst case was the cogeneration facility. The cogeneration facility has the ability for the wastewater to generate power. So what we do is we harness the biogas from the biosolids treatment and then convert them to electricity through this cogeneration facility. And we generate about 35 to 40% of our own electricity. So right from the get-go, we focusing on rehabbing those engines. And then to April of 2019, we bid out the phase 2 of the cogen project. And the last timeline slide is to talk about the completion of the emergency repairs project. Started out with July of last year, we finished the biotower repair, and then November of last year, we finished a new facility called the Chemical Enhanced Primary Treatment Facility. Why do we need that? The purpose is if we could focus on the energy on the primary treatment, which is the lowest cost per dollar treatment, get the wastewater as clean as possible, and then we can focus on starting to retire the biotowers in the near future. And then December of 2019, we finished the laboratory HVAC. HVAC stands for heating, ventilations, and air conditioning for our own laboratory. And then the solid processing improvement, which is the belt presses that we need to dewater the biosolids after treatment. And then we also completed the cogeneration rehab project the beginning of this year. And the last one that we're still working on is the primary clarifiers improvement, which is replacing all the launders. So here's a schedule summary with completion date and the construction dollar. So for the year 1 and 2, the total construction cost is just a little bit over $6 million. So here are some of the before and after pictures that we're going to show you tonight. Here's a biotower, I think you all remember this, that, you know, there's something growing out the side of the wall. I think the first question that you folks asked me in 2012 was, is it healthy? Is it by design? Are you guys going green? Sadly, none of those above. It was leaking. So the first thing that we asked to do, knowing that, you know, through the design evaluation, is this infrastructure is way beyond its useful life. It doesn't meet today's seismic standard, but we need to continue to use it until the other processes improvement catches up to it, then we can retire it. So what we did is to do minimum improvement as possible, but still make it functional. So first we power wash, get rid of the vegetations, and then we install a wire mesh on the outside in the event that if there's a seismic movement, a significant seismic movement, if the wall collapses, it will collapse inward, and so that we can protect you know, our own operators out there, out in the field. The next one was the chemically enhanced primary treatment facility. Here's a picture of the foundations that the contractor did. And this is the reinforcement that goes into those foundations. You can see in the middle with the plywood blockout area, that's the location of the tank, chemical tank pad, a polymer tank pad. And here's the completed facility. So the idea is that by applying polymer going into the primary treatment, we're going to basically bind all the inorganics material and let it settle out and make the water as clear as possible so that we use less energy through the secondary treatment. And here's the old laboratory HVAC system that hadn't been used in a long time. And here was a new one. I think they took the picture when it just arrived. And here's the construction worker prepping the foundation of the new HVAC up in the lab mezzanine area. And here's a new one after it's installed. It's a 20 tons unit. And here's the what we call the belt filter presses. And what it does is that after the biosolids treatment, it's all come out very wet and liquidy. So what we have to do is, per regulations and also for the sake of transportation to the disposal site, we have to dry it as much as possible. So this, what we call the belt filter presses, is actually some cloth material that to squeeze the water out as much as we can. So we have a little video here to show you the time clip that the old system is being removed. So you can see here, we remove it through the top of the building, through the existing skylight. So the size of this belt press is 12 feet wide, 18 feet long, weighed about 13 tons. So all the work has to be pretty precise to get them out. And after it's yanked out, it's put it on a flatbed, and per the bid process, the contractor did put a price tag on the salvage value. So after that, they owned it. So the next one that I'm going to show is the new one that it's going to come in. So as you can see, it has to be very precise, and it's a very tight fit. So it probably takes like a day just to get one ready installed without anchoring them. So here's the skylight. There are 4 of them because we have 4 belt presses. Here's each one of them, you know, precisely positioned so that the contractor can work to lift them out and drop them. And after the project, they install the belt presses. It's also part of the contract for the contractor to replace the skylights. And here's the inside now after the improvements. You can see here we have new belt presses, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have new fire sprinkler system. We have new skylights. And at the very end here, we have a new control panels for the belt presses. So here's the co-generator. This one is not a replacement, it's a refurbish, or you can call them what we call overhaul. So this is the first one that being done. And you can see when we mean refurbishment, we mean refurbishment. So the photo can tell you, the contractor took the whole thing apart and also do examination to see if there's any metal fatigue, change the gasket, cylinders, and so forth. So here's a picture of new versus used. And this is a picture after it's all being put back together. So we have 3 of them. We've done all 3 of them, and they're all running. And the last one is the primary clarifiers. This is the one that during the tour, as council member, you all come up, and this is the area where you could see a lot of the corrosion of the metal of the launders. And here's a picture of them. And here's a picture of the contractors lifting the old launders out. And there's a picture of for one of the tank, all the launders are removed. And there's a process for them to install on the left-hand side the support and then put the non-metallic new launders in. And they're still doing that. As of right now, they finished one of them and put back to service. They're focusing on the next one. They can only do it one at a time because we can't afford to shut down the entire facility. So that's basically the emergency project. Now let's talk about the year 3 to 5, the reliability improvement. So this one is a lot more expensive. It's, estimated construction costs of over $46 million compared with the phase 1, which is the year 1 to 2 emergency repair, only a little bit over $6 million. But here we're looking at new electrical building, the backup generator, replace our switchgear, which is what we call the electrical equipment replacement. Then we also will install a new odor control system at the headworks as part of our process to reduce corrosion of our infrastructures and so also being a good neighbor. Replace one of the digester roof covers, pump station improvement, and site process piping. And then this primary clarifiers rehab showed up again with a price tag of 6.9. So the reason is after we finish the improvement, we want to come back and cover or partially cover the primaries and do odor scrubbers on top of them. This is part of our process to being a good neighbor, reduce odors. And then the secondary aeration system, air piping improvements, site security improvement, a new maintenance storage facility, and the last one is the process control system, what we call SCADA, for the treatment plant. So where are we on those, the phase 2 status? So all the projects finished, designed, and we submitted it to city plan check. We actually received comments back from them shortly after our presentation to the Public Works Transportation Committee, and we're addressing some of the comments. And the package should be ready to go out to bid July 1st of this year. And we anticipate that the construction will be done by the end of 2023. So here are some of the, from a picture perspective, here's some of the electrical system, the switchgear system that it will be replaced. And also the generator. I have a clip here. We talked so much about the old generator, and we kind of share with council how unreliable it is. Here's one of those pictures that you have. When we said they fail, and you can see the sparks coming out of the generators. So, and then the existing storage building located here will be removed, and we want to put a new electrical building on top of that, and then the new storage facility will go elsewhere, somewhere inside the plant. And this is a digester cover, You can see this is digester number 2. The roof, it somewhatly partially had deteriorated and there's holes on them. The next picture will show that you can't use this unless there's a new roof. And here are some of the covers at the headworks, what we talk about corrosion control. Obviously, all the cover will have to be replaced, the concrete repair, and then we're going to put a new odor control system on top of it. And not to forget side piping. As you can see lately, I think started last year, we have some of the process piping is already starting to fail. And those are some of the most recent photos that we have pipe breaks and so forth. So there are also some ongoing work outside the facility, such as the wastewater collection system. So the city and the new developer completed a new lift stations located, it's in Vineyard and Ventura Road. And we're also continuing design the manhole rehab for Central Trunks. We've completed phase 1 pilot study for chemical additions. And this year, the target is to move on to 2 newer locations. So ultimately, the goal there is to have chemical additions to reduce odors in our Oxnard neighborhoods to the 3 major trunk line. One is Ventura Road trunk line, the central trunk, which is in the middle of the city, and the eastern trunk is mostly serve our industrial area. And then we have vehicle equipment scheduled to replace. Started out with the sewer cleaning vehicles. Thank you for council improved 1 a few months ago. We have 2 more to go. The vacuum truck, camera truck, portable generator, and the yard tractor. And currently we're preparing the scope of work for the next phase of the engineering effort. We anticipate that we probably will have selected an engineering firm somewhere either the end of this year or early next year. But right now it's scheduled for winter 2020. So let's talk about funding. Just like any businesses, bond rating or credit rating is very important. So wastewater is no difference. So a few years back, we were rated at BBB, which is 1 level higher than junk bonds. So because of the new rate improvement with the new CIP, we were able to re-engage with the credit rating agencies, and subsequently they upgraded the treatment, the division to an A-. So because of that, we're able to refinance our existing debt and have a lower premium. And then since that time, we're able to save up some money. So we basically fund the emergency repairs project through our fund balance. So that means we do it in cash. So what about phase 2, the year 3 to 5 reliability project? So we have a few funding sources. First, we have, according to the 2019 CAFR, we have $16 million cash that we can apply to those projects. And then remember, we awarded $9.5 million. Thank you to Assembly Member Jackie Irwin to get us the $9.5 million state grant. And we have the money, we have the agreement. And last year, we were awarded by FEMA $60,000 to purchase 2 portable backup generators. And we also were selected by the state for a low-interest loan, the SRF loan. And because of the COVID-19, we contacted them to see if there are any schedule impact. Their response was no, because water and wastewater are considered essential functions. They will go according to schedule. And as a matter of fact, we just went through our last round of question and answer. And I think the state water board staff is preparing the agreement. So we hope to get this agreement sometime in this fall so that we can apply it to our construction. And we also have 2 grants from FEMA that we have gone through a few question and answer, and so far, and we're able to move through to the next round. And they're the $3.5 million for electrical building and emergency generator, and the $1.9 million grant for some of our sewer repairs. So that's conclude my update, and Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm available to answer questions.
Tim, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Ken, for that presentation. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the Councilman Perillo, the chair of the Public Works Committee.
Mr. NG, thank you very much for the presentation. Again, you did a first-class slam bang job at the committee meeting. You've done again tonight. I'd just like to bring a couple of points that I think need to be made. If we go to slide 48, we're talking about potentially, making improvements because we want to be a good neighbor, and odors have been an issue, Patterson Hemlock. And I believe the staff and what you guys are working on will address that. On slide 50, we talk about the $60,000 we got from an emergency FEMA grant. I'm grateful, and I need to say it, Mr. Kapusik gave us a heads up that there was an opportunity. At the time, Mr. Whitney was the interim city manager. He put Ms. Sherry Klima on it, creating a red team, and bada boom, bada bang, we were able to get that. The two questions that I have with this, the removal of a storage building where we're going to put an electrical building. In the past, at one time, there was flooding in an area. Will that building be put at above what would have been the flood stage at a previous flooding event in the sewer plant area? And the second question is, with respect to what was given information this evening at the very beginning of the city council meeting, what we would need to do if we do not, things do not turn around, loans from the enterprise funds. How much would that put at risk, any jeopardy, any, stage 2, anything else, or impact our bond rating, causing us to be more expensive to get any assistance, any loans that we needed? Any information would be greatly appreciated. And again, I appreciate the Public Works Department and the work that's going on this. I hope some of the people that really raised a lot of ruckus about this, including all the way up to a recall, are paying attention, because this is a big improvement to what the city of Oxnard had and what we're going to get and what's going on right now. Thank you again.
Yes, hi, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm going to answer the technical one, and then our city manager is talking about the financing questions. So for the electrical building, it's good questions. Yes, we did factor into it. As you can see from the rendering, it's a raised floor. That means that you have to walk up steps to get into there. And I think the design is for a 100-year flood.
Thank you.
And very quickly, those are also significant questions about the funding and what would happen if we borrow from the enterprise fund. So we will discuss that in more detail next week at the Finance Committee meeting, and then in following weeks with the full council. All I can say right now is it really depends on how much we need to borrow.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to call on Committee Member McDonald, Councilman McDonald. Councilman McDonald?
We'll get him back on. Can you move on,
Okay,
and then we'll get him back?
Okay, why don't we go to Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Tien, for your comprehensive report. And I would also like to add my thanks to Assemblywoman Irwin for helping us get that funding. It was so critical. And I want to say that sometimes people don't think about what it takes to run a city. It is part of public safety, having a sanitation system that and to protect our environment.
I was trying to bring Brian on.
Councilman Perillo said we went through a recall. Most of us are, more senior members, because we knew we had to get the funding to save our wastewater system. So I want to thank you for that very comprehensive report. It's not cheap, it's critical, and you're doing a fabulous job, all of the people in this division. And again, thanks to all.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tim, for the update. I know it's something that a lot of people will never take into account or kind of forget about, but it is something that is essential to our city, as Mayor Pro Tem said. You know, it looks completely different than it did when I first started here in December of 2016. I remember taking a tour right around Christmas time, and looking at it now in pictures, it's like night and day. So hopefully, you know, continued improvement. And again, thank you to Assembly woman Jackie Irwin for all her help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez. And you're muted. There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm on it, trying to. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the presentation. This was really great to see every step. The videos are also helpful to see the work. It's not simple at all. So I know that it's been a lot of work, you know, behind the scenes, and in the end, it's for to support our infrastructure in our city. So I just want to clarify regarding the aerators and kind of going back to the slide that it was mentioned, but just to clarify, if that work is something that will be noticeable to the neighbors in that area who have expressed a lot of concern over the air quality there, and I understand that it's an issue with the neighboring business, but if there's any additional comment that you can share on that.
Yes, Mayor, Council, the work on the aeration system, it's basically is the biological system where the air piping is going to be 17 feet below water level. So you can only see tiny bubble coming up to the surface. That's not enough to create odors.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, you know, just continuing to follow on that and continuing to see the progress on this this project. And I will follow in thanking our assembly member as well for her support in this process and the work from staff to get, you know, further grants and looking at other avenues to bring the necessary resources to our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, my only concern and was in regards to the enterprise funds, you know, the money that our CM said that we would possibly be using to borrow into the general fund, but he also stated that we will be getting a presentation on that. But congratulations to the city staff, because I know it is a lot of work to put these projects together. And I'm really pleased with with the outcome. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll now ask if Councilman McDonald is back.
Mr. Mayor, we're having technical difficulty getting him back on, so that's something we need to follow up on and fix on our end. But as a reminder, he does serve on the Public Works and Transportation Committee, so this came through that committee when he was there as well. And then if I could just make one quick comment, did anyone notice the guy that stuck his head under that 13-ton machine that was suspended from a crane? I'm wondering if anyone noticed that.
Who did that?
Yep.
Scary. Who was it?
I hope it was a contractor.
It's contractor.
Contractor.
Oh my God. Scary.
Very good. Mr. City Manager, do you have any other comments?
No, thank you.
I would just like to, and I'm hoping that Councilman McDonald's technical difficulties are resolved so that he has a chance to weigh in. And he is on the Public Works Committee, as I serve on the committee myself also with Chairman Perillo, or Councilman Perillo. I I personally like some of the details that he went over and some of the public works details, but I think what's important for members of the public to understand is really what really hits at the core is what Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez just reminded the public. 2 years ago, 4 out of then 5 members of the city council were subjected to a recall election. And I'll just summarize it very quickly because it's important, not that we keep revisiting history, but we really contextualize this, that over a $25 a month increase over a 5-year period, a $25 maximum increase at the end of a 5-year period, this recall election took place. And the proponent of the recall election, if I'm not mistaken, at one point said no increase was necessary, and then changed and decided at the end of a citizens rate panel where he was the only one voting for this. It was 1 abstention, and then he was the only one opposing. Said that all of this work that that was just presented by the Assistant Public Works Director could be done for $11 or $12 million. $11 or $12 million. And joking aside, if he could have done all of the things that had to be done for the $11 or $12 million, then maybe he should be the Assistant Public Works Director, but he's not. He's not an engineer. He's not a Public Works Director. And so I want, or an Assistant Public Works Director, I want to really emphasize to the public that for this $25 a month increase, it raised, I don't know if it was exactly $86 million to over this extended time period to rehabilitate this plant. And one can only think of the consequences where the plant had actually failed on a number of occasions, over the last several years. And now the public can be rest assured that the emergency repairs were in the first 2 years, and then as was slated for the medium term and the long term, it's the total and complete rehabilitation of this plant. But it must be noted that we're hoping that this plant lasts 15, 20, maybe 25 years, and the plant is going to have to be replaced. And I know what some members of the audience are probably thinking, well, I'm not going to be around then, thank goodness, so I don't have to worry about it, but our children have to worry about it in future generations. And when I was asked, and I was asked this quite often, what mistake did the city of Oxnard make when it came to this wastewater plant? And my very simple and very direct response was, the city council did not raise rates incrementally to cover the expenses over time. That's what happened. City council didn't do it. And when someone asked me the question of why, I would say, well, there was a recall election over the increases that we made. And again, there were larger increases, but it's very unpopular to raise these rates. And so I want to conclude and say that Mr. City Manager, and I know this is long in the making, this wastewater plant, I'm really happy with the progress. I'm really happy with the Public Works Department and with Tien and Rosemary. I'm really happy that we're getting this plant back to where it needs to be. So thank you very much. And I'll now for a final, if Councilman McDonald is back. Okay. So Councilman McDonald is not back. And,
May I make a statement, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, a glaring omission. I want to make sure that Miss Jackie Irwin gets full credit. She did a tremendous job in getting us assistance and funds, and I missed that big time. I apologize to Miss Irwin. She is one of the hardest working elected officials I know of. Thank you.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly that $9 million was really needed, and she really delivered. So we're very grateful that we have her as a representative in the state legislature. And with that was just I believe then the update, and there is no actual vote that needs to take place.
Mayor?
So, yes.
Could I just want to raise something very quickly that has to do with the wastewater, just a little bit slightly off topic. And maybe Tien could weigh in if it's necessary. I have been hearing reports of people putting things into our sewer system all over the place, not just Oxnard, that is clogging the system and will cause us lots of problems, including backups. I just want to ask if that's a problem that we're seeing here, people, because of the lack of accessibility, supposedly, of toilet paper, that people are putting in paper towels and wipes and that sort of thing. Can you say if that's an issue here in Oxnard, Tien?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, so far have not. Through our city manager office, we did some outreach. So no, it has been for some other neighboring city, but for us, we've been monitoring our system. So far, it has not been an issue at all.
Okay, we'll keep people informed on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll ask one last time if Councilman McDonald is returned. And unfortunately, he has not returned. And so we're grateful for the fact that it's 9:09 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.